I am back. Hello, hi there, Teufel. Hello, hello. Ba-ba-ba-ba-dum. Okay, what are we doing today? More D2 work. Hey, Neuroside. Hello. Oh, you know what? I need to update Flow. Um, oh, we learned why not to use this. Basically, Neurosite has actually done the work to make the release command do release stuff. So if you use that one, you're not getting a build inside of Zig out bin. You're getting like package builds for actual releases. So yeah. Okay, so you're saying that we have star. We did. And now we can search. Nice. And you were saying that if I do visual mode and then I press N, I get a cursor on everything? No. What does N do in visual mode? I mean, visual mode, N still does, but I see that we're still cycling. Wait a second. Okay, let me try again from scratch. Star, status registers concurrent. Then I enter visual mode, and I press N. But I feel like I'm cycling. Are those all active cursors? No, they're not. So I'm not sure it's doing what you think it should do, or maybe I'm misusing it. So the idea is that you enter visual mode, and then N should be doing something else, right? It adds cursors here. Works on your machine, huh? Um, could it be that it has to do with? Did you start search first? Yeah. So okay, match inner word. So I'm selecting accept. I press star. Wait. What's going on? Oh, I was tapping. Okay. I press star. Set find register to accept. Then I enter visual mode. And then I press N. But N is still cycling. Yeah. So, okay. So, try again. Match inner word, star, V to enter visual mode, N. Could it be that this is my config that hasn't been updated? I did change my config. Well, I mean, my keybinds. Because I did personalize. Oh, fuck. So we're going back there again? 245. Yeah. Yeah, it's the keybinds. Hello, Pylon. I mean, that makes sense. How do I do that? How do I update my keybinds or reset them or I don't know, whatnot? Yeah, how do I get the updated ones? Delete the file to reset. Okay. Um, okay. So config flow keys, helix.json. Config flow keys, helix.json. Normal, line numbers relative, cursor block. Oh, insert cursor beam, select cursor underscore. Wait, why did it move me up here on save? Okay. Matching our word. Yeah, I do. Oh no. Uh, wait, what? Okay. Beam flow. Yeah, I don't have it for is readily available to me. Actually, maybe I do. I don't remember. Let me see. Oh, I do. Invalid enum tag. Normal flow. Did I fuck up my helix JSON config? I think. I think that might be why what has happened. Yeah, I think I fucked that up. Wait, maybe the problem is that the cursor is not underscore in select. Oh, sorry, is underscore the right name for a cursor? Yeah, I auto formatted a bunch of stuff. Yeah, underline. That's the name. Okay, there we go. And we're in Helix mode. Okay, so matching word star v n append. Okay. By the way, Neurosite, check this out. You see that now I'm in insert mode, but the cursor is not the insert mode cursor. Just letting you know. Cool though. Thank you. Yeah, but I think that the idea of matching and then editing, like yeah, I'm not gonna do that. This is because you are multi-cursor, and Ghosty does not yet support multiple underlying cursors. Oh. Well, in this case, it wouldn't be underlying cursors. In this case, it would be beam cursors. Oh, but you're right, because V is underscore. No. Wait. You're tricking me. No. So, we are in visual mode in the beginning, and we are in visual mode when we do N for multiple cursors. But then I do append or change, and that gets us into insert mode. So it wouldn't be an underscore cursor, it would be a beam cursor. So maybe what you're saying applies also to beam cursors. Let me see how that looks like in Helix. Oh yeah, one is underscore, but then I do append. Oh shit, and this one is normal. This one is weird. Oh, I see. I understood. Okay. Last thing that I noticed is that sometimes when I do multi-cursor editing, I don't remember how I was able. Oh yeah, because of symbol rename. So sometimes I do this. Like I try to do symbol rename. So space R. In Helix, space R works with a prompt, which honestly I think it's not a bad idea. Just saying. But look what happens in Flow. Let's see if I can repro it. So space R, and then I do maybe append. Okay, no, this time it didn't happen. Here's what happens sometimes. I don't know what triggers it, but sometimes I have multiple cursors because of this, like because of the symbol edit. And what happens is that I see Flow scroll to the last one. Like as I start typing, it scrolls to the last one, which is not wrong, but it's not wrong behavior. It's just confusing because I was looking at one instance of it, and then it decides to quote unquote put into focus, well, put on the screen another instance that was like very far below. I've seen this happen a few times. Again, I wasn't able to repro it now, so I don't know exactly what is it that triggers it. But I remember seeing this. Oh, it did it now. You see, I was editing this one, and now I decided that it was more interesting to look at this one instead. Yeah, it's the primary cursor. Yeah. Let me try again. Space R. Actually, no. To make it interesting. Space R. Append. Yeah. And then this one becomes the main one. Okay. Yeah. By the way, good shit. Really good shit. Good shit. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. This is nice. This is nice. Yeah. Good shit. Good shit. Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna refill my teacup. I need to wash my glasses. They're dirty. And then, oh, you know what we do? Here's what we do. Space S. No, space S. Oh, nice. Holy shit, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. That is good shit. That is good shit. Nice. Nice. Okay, so if you want some more bitching about features that would be nice to have, um, here's what I'm missing: uh, match inner match and match around match. Match inner match, MIM selects between parentheses. So if I'm in here, do MIM, I will select the contents of this function call. Same in here, I will select the contents of this tuple. These are nice. I think I'm guessing, I don't know. Here's the question. Do you do parentheses matching with three-seater, or is this a... No, it has to be three-seater. Or rather, I don't know. I guess you can decide how you want to do it. But I was thinking about what Helix does. I think that Helix does uses three-seater for this. I guess you have to classify... Like, how does it work? Do you classify parentheses as such in a query? Yeah, there are queries for that, right? There's a query file where you say what are parentheses. It's probably the same stuff. In any case, that stuff is good. Yeah, Alto, for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here's another one. This is a different one. The other day, yesterday, this happened to me. I made a bunch of edits in insert mode. I did not exit insert mode. I came back a few hours later. I think I clicked somewhere else, and then I typoed something somewhere, like I touched some keys. And then I wanted to undo, but the undo wasn't doing my edit for a long time ago. I think it's not a bad idea to consider cutting undo nodes on inactivity, even if you don't exit the mode. Or rather, I don't know. I guess it's debatable. Maybe people that are like less dumb than me, they can even strategically enter and exit insert mode to decide where to cut their undo stuff. But I remember talking about this with Solar Issues. Undo for insert mode is atomic. Okay. That is a good question. I don't know for sure because I was using the fork from Solar Issues, and I think that Solar Issues had implemented timeouts. And I don't remember if his patch then got into Helix proper or no. Yeah. I don't know. These are probably, you know what? I mean, I share my experience. I will be willing to concede that maybe it's just me not being careful. But maybe you're doing a bunch of things well, and then you make a dumb mistake in the end, and now it's like one or the other. I don't know. You can always get out of it, I guess, because you can copy stuff out and then undo and then paste. Still, I guess my point is that I think it's not too bad that you have to press undo. Maybe insert mode should exit when flow loses focus. Uh, good point, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I think I've personally felt this also for within a single edit session. But if you don't want to have this, like if you want to keep it a 1-to-1, then never mind. I never look at the modes indicators. Me neither, but you know, you can use cursors for this. So like the idea is that you look at the cursor, like this one, this is insert mode for me. This is normal mode. Which actually with Helix makes a lot more sense, because in Helix, since you always have a one character selection at minimum, when you're in normal mode, select mode, visual mode, it's underscore. And as you can see, there's this weird behavior where on the right side, the underscore doesn't select the last thing, which is kind of weird. At least for Helix brain people. Cool shit. Cool shit. Cool shit. Space S. I never used this in Helix because the menu wasn't ever that great, and yeah, I think this is nice. Okay, let me go get some tea. I'll be right back. There we go. I hate mode switching. Why do I need to switch to a mode to select a text section? Well, I mean, so you can always do that with your mouse if you want to. Oh wait, this no, this was not fixed. Okay. You can always do it with your mouse, but also in Flow, if you don't like Helix mode, don't use Helix mode. Like you can Flow with normal Flow mode works like VS Code, so it's normal. So I guess you'll do Shift and arrows. Actually, Shift and arrows also works in Helix mode. So you can do that. Insert mode, you can also select while in insert mode. Oh, and it will kill the selection. That is so nice. Helix doesn't do that. Actually, to be fair, sometimes I get surprised by this, because in Helix, sometimes you have the selection and then applying edits doesn't replace what you have selected. So I don't know. That probably will have to be solved one way or another in Flow. I don't know. I'm fine with whatever resolution. Okay. Got my tea, and I cleaned my glasses. So, what are we doing here? Here's what we're doing. Yesterday, I got the client to work. I don't remember if I was live yet. No, I think I did that after. But here you can see that I can do Zig build, or at least I could do Zig build. Let's see if I broke something. Oh, Zig up also. We need to go to the right version of Zig. It breaks. Unable to load app.zig. Views main. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. Client.zig. We can here. Able to load up. Oh, god damn it. Why is it pulling in that stuff? Um Okay, I made some changes that now pull in some more stuff, so we'll have to figure it out. But if I go to Zig out, I built this yesterday, and so we have the basics of the client running. This is a build of the client with none of the business logic running. This is just like basically it's almost a silly hello world DVUI application. It just renders this frame and doesn't understand anything past that. So, well, this scene, sorry, I shouldn't say this frame, I should say this scene. It renders the loading scene and with a spinner and the loading text, and that's all it does. Yeah, it comes from the VUI, so I didn't even make that one. Okay, but that being said, I think I would like to instead to make the server cool, and in doing so, I would like to make a PR to Zig because there's a bit rotted function and a missing function that I was missing yesterday. So at this point, might as well do some actual Zig work and implement those things, and then we come back to the client. The GUI build, is there a GUI? Is there like a GUI also for macOS? Is there a GUI flow on macOS? Hey, Toggle. Holy shit. Okay. Hello, everybody. So, all the bad news coming from Togglebeat stream. Hello, everybody. We are working on porting a chat application that will 100% replace Discord, guaranteed, no doubt there. And we're switching that to new Zig. And we're doing that while using Flow, which is a text editor that Neurosite here in chat has been working on for, how long has it been, Neurosite, by now? 2 years? So he has been working on it for a while. And let me tell you, he's been cooking. So what can I show you? So first of all, here's one thing. So this is the bottom bar, the bottom panel thing that shows like errors, like LSP errors. Well, diagnostics from the LSP. Let's see what else we can do. So we were looking at space S earlier. So this is the symbol picker, which is nice. And it also selects the node corresponding to each symbol. Pretty nice. It has fuzzy matching. So I guess I search for UDP and it gives me all the UDP stuff. Assuming that you gave proper names to your things. What else? What else can we do? It supports multi-cursor, so I can alt-click and have a bunch of different cursors. So I'm gonna do the simple version where I do. I guess I can alt-click or I can. What was it? uppercase C. Wait. Yeah, uppercase C. Oh, but I'm in insert mode, so normal mode, uppercase C. Yeah, I can extend down. And I can do insert, and then I have multi-cursor. 3 years. Okay. So I don't know what else can I do that it's cool. Well, I don't know. Oh, kind of important. It has like Helix mode, V mode. It has also flow mode, which is the main one, which is non-modal. It's like a normal editor. If you ever use Micro or I don't know, VS Code or Sublime, for example. Yeah, you can also use Alt for multi-cursor, and this was fixed yesterday. So the Helix mode is the one that is a little bit behind. Other modes are more complete. So this was added yesterday by Neurosite in Helix mode, where I can, let's see, how do I do this? I guess I can do this. Match inner word. So I could symbol rename. If I do symbol rename, it automatically selects all instances of this symbol, and then I can change them all at once. So alternatively, I can do if I want something different. So I don't want symbol rename, but I want to rename. This is not batch anymore. This is now something else. And so I want also to rename related symbols. Then I can do match inner word, put it in my search register, enter visual mode, and that will select any match. And now I have a cursor on any one of these guys, so I can do append batch banana, for example. Oh, wait a second. That did not change all of them. What did I do wrong? Match, search, vision mode, N. Oh, I have to press N multiple times to put a cursor on every one of them. I see. And now I have. By the way, as you can see, I don't know how to use this feature, I guess. But now it works. Cool. Okay, so we're working on this stuff. My plan now is I want to fix send many, and then I want to also implement receive many. By the way, this is cool. Okay, let's take a second to look at this stuff. So I'll spend 5 minutes to explain what is the code that we're looking at. So this is the UDP socket coroutine. By the way, I was calling these things like something coro yesterday. I decided for a different naming convention, which I actually think is really good, and to the point that I think I would recommend adopting it unless you come up with something better. Basically, every time something runs as a coroutine, so it's meant to be not just a function that you call one-off, but something that is like long-lived, that loops forever, waiting for cancellation. I put run in front of them. So everything that is run is a thing that runs as a coroutine. So the main run thing, run starts, because we already do this, right? We're calling run something that isn't in the main function, but that like runs for a long time. So run is the main one. And then this spawns run TCP accept, run client manager, run client TCP read, run client TCP write, and run UDP socket. So run UDP socket then is a thing that keeps trying to receive forever until cancellation, keeps receiving from a UDP socket. And the idea is that we were hoping to also get eventually receive many. So we would like to do receive many at some point. Or you know what? Maybe it's not even necessary. Maybe I'll look into the upgrade. But right now we are just receiving one packet. And the packet that we can receive is either a request to open a stream, or it can be a media packet. So if we receive a media packet, this is for voice calls. So a media UDP packet is some audio samples that need to be sent to other participants to the same connection. So because of that, here's how we do the media stuff. Media needs to be, it's a fan out thing. So we receive one packet and we need to fan it out to all participants. But the way we do it is with batching. So we receive one, we make a batch, go in batches of 64 messages at a time, where we create basically the data is going to be the same, shared by all of them. They all share the same data that we're finding out, but each one of them is sent to a different address. This is literally the only difference between all those packets. And then once either we are at the final called participant, or whether we are at the limit of dispatching process, we just we flash out, in a sense, all the writes that all the packets sent, all the packets that we were batch collecting, and we send them all out at once. This is nice because this allows you to do one syscall, 64 participants receive their packet all at once. Pretty good. But there's also a batched version of packet receive. So what I'm thinking is that we should upgrade all this stuff, because right now, here's how it works. Right now, we receive one packet and we fan it out. But if we receive more than one packet, then how can I say? I guess my point is that we can batch this stuff more, because we can batch we can send in one batch all these packets. So I think that that's basically how we need to restructure this. So the idea is we do receive many, we get multiple packets. Some of these packets might be open streams. Some of these other packets are going to be media packets that need to be rerouted. Oh, but you know what? If we do that way, then a bunch of this stuff will have to be more complicated. Interesting. Okay. I think we start with this one, and then we'll see what we can do with the other one. Yeah. In any case, this is all to support batching over DDP. Give me a sec. I'll be right back, and then I'm going to start working on this. Okay. So what are we doing? We are batching. We are truly batching. But for this to work, oh, we ate one curly too many. For this to work, Zig build. Oh, we now have client problems. Sorry, yeah, problems in the client. So, let's see how we do this. Let us see how we do this. Views main wants app. Yeah, this guy has problems for sure. Main. Core. Core.zig. What's the next problem? User. Well, okay, it's basically everything in there. Okay, how are we doing? User. Okay, next. Audio. Ba-da-ba-bum. Media. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Client uppercase device. View. AV. Client core. App/network in client core. Oh yeah. Actually, what's the problem here? Unable to find network of Zig not found. Oh, in host, sorry. Oh. The fuck? Oh, it's because it's client only. Okay. Okay. But why are we pulling in all this stuff? That is weird to me. Wait. Is there something that we forgot to uncomment? Oh, sorry, to comment? No, this is commented. So what? What? No. Client line 9. Oh yeah. Client core UI.zig. What the heck is in here? Oh, Atomic Enum. Track record join. Okay. Do, 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 do. Okay, now we're getting build failures in network. Compilation errors in network. That makes sense. But also, who's pulling in all this stuff? That surprises me. Because I thought I had all of it like uncommented or something. Like these guys are important in here. That is fine. But it shouldn't be used. I guess the problem is that they have basically what amounts to syntax errors. So that's why we catch this stuff. Yeah. Okay, let's actually, you know what? Instead of deleting, let's comment out. That's better for now. Since I'm not since I will need to replace this stuff with something roughly equivalent, at least in some of those things. No, God, you know what? Wait. Control O. There we go. What did we select? Did not. Oh God. Did not select this. Why did I have multi cursors? What was it? What? No. Anyway. Uh, wait. Okay, what does this do? Also, why did my scrolling become so aggressive now? Wait a second. Neurosite! What happened? Your alt kit stay got locked. How do I alt is fast scroll? Okay. Now it's unstuck. Okay. Wow. I see. Okay, now I understand what's happening. Weird. Thank you. Oh my god. So the body, this fucking tricitor grammar. Look at this. So there's a node for a function that contains this, but it doesn't contain this. Like what the fuck? I understand having a node that contains the function body. And maybe you could say that as a sibling, it should have this and this. But why does it contain this? Oh no, maybe you know what? Never mind. No, it might not. It's probably is just the body, and me commenting the line. I drag this in. Okay, never mind. That makes sense. Okay. Oh my god, there's so much libxv shit in here. What a mess. Let's see if I got. Oh, I got alt stuck again. Yeah, now I got the full function. Okay. Uh, okay, so we broke it completely, but at least it should compile or be close to. Okay, now we're getting the send many problem. Okay, that is cool. Let's go back to server. So now we're good. Okay, so now we only have this as a problem. Okay, cool. Which is where I wanted to be. Okay, send many. There's the bitrot stuff. Okay, let's get into Zig source. Cancellation. I mean the cancellation branch. Right. Git status. Oh, should have the changes in IO threaded. How do we do this? I guess I can stash this. I guess I'll stash it. Okay, our problem is in IONet. Also, what am I doing? Unknown command F. Huh. So we were saying IONet. Send many wasn't updated. There we go. That's a problem. So this makes an outgoing message. Here we are receiving outgoing messages. Okay, so it's basically some of this. It's still not send. But it's just messages. Flags are flags. If n different than 1, if n different than messages.len, we return the error. If message return message oversize. Okay, so this is a 4. For messages, oh shit, but we lost the original length. Yeah, I don't know if we can detect. I don't even know if we should be the ones doing this. There are some problems with this interface, I think, because like I understand this guy helping you out a little bit, or like simplifying the interface a little bit, maybe. But this guy has no reason to do that because we kind of want n. I don't know the semantics, so maybe I should. Can we see the semantics? Are they documented anywhere? Of course, they're not. Um, I think we do want to have n. Hmm. Yeah, I think we need a different interface. I think we need a different interface. Actually, I could look at the implementation of this guy in Threaded to see what is expected. So let's take a look at Threaded. Actually, space symbol and net. Net send one, net send many. Net send many. Oh no. Wait. No, they have what? Net send POSIX. Oh, okay, so this is the one that has the signature. So the way it goes is that it sends one, and on an error, it returns the index where the error happened. Okay. If have send message, catch error, return error I. But this is going to be the batch. This is not going to be the, oh my God. I guess it's the syscalls. They probably suck at this. I bet you this whole thing is tortured because of the syscall sucking in the first place. I don't know what the interface of this thing should look like then. I guess I'm not going to touch it, but it's confusing. I think that what I would want is what we would want is I don't know. Let's just make it work. Fuck it. So how does this work? I think it's like this, and then otherwise we return void, and this is it. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-dum. Okay, so for this we need to do Zig 1. I think we're gonna need to update our Zig 1 though. I know. Okay, Neuroside, if you want to suggest something that is not too extreme, I'm happy to consider other playlists. Feel free to change genre also if you want. Again, like maybe not death metal, but if you have suggestions, I'm open. Oh, actually, Zig one worked. Okay, never mind. Holy shit. Okay, so not bad. Not bad. Well, that was it. Okay, so we got send many working. Let's make a PR for Zig. But I think this needs a discussion. So in here, no, in here, yes. So this is where send many is. I've been listening to Polish ones all week. Too metal for me? What do you mean too metal for me? Well, they're not doing like death metal. We can do that. Do some Polish ones, okay. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Okay. We need a playlist though. Okay, I'm gonna listen to this and then we do playlists. You know what? I'm not even sure we need this. I mean, we undeprecated something that was deprecated, so it's impossible for us to have broken something. I'm just gonna commit. What's the worst that can happen, right? Oh shit. Oh shit. We have a situation. We have a situation here. Um, yeah, how does this work? Ba, 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 bum. Okay, 1 second because I need to do my authentication stuff. This song. Yeah, I just need to add my public SSH key. Mm, 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 mm. Oh my god, I have so many old keys. Okay, let's see if this works. Uh, no, I want username and password, but okay, 1 sec. Remote. Oh, you know what? I was probably doing it differently, huh? Okay, I have this one, but that means that my remote needs to be SSH, not HTTPS. Eh, okay, 1 sec. Almost there. Credentials are incorrect or expired. But I just logged myself in with this. What? Okay, let's try the SSH approach, I guess. Permission denied public key. That does not work either. Interesting. I'm having trouble then. How do I push? What the heck? I don't understand why it's not accepting my password. Um, I know it's correct because I literally just logged into the website right now. Hmm. Credentials are incorrect or have expired. Restart command or C. Issue something something. Uh, oh, let me try the SSH. Maybe I got the remote wrong for the SSH. I just copied it. They did it? They did? So git remote rm origin, git remote add this one, git gp, oh, this one. Oh, there we go. I got my gigantic SSH passphrase. I always have problems typing it. Ah, that's not it? What? Permission denied public key. Okay. Oh, that one might have been an old key, maybe. Okay, we're making progress. We're making progress. Sorry, I'm still not screen sharing because I don't want you to steal my public keys. Okay, let's see. Hopefully I got it right. GP. Um That is not the right passphrase. Okay. 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 We succeeded. I mean, we failed successfully. Sorry for the wait. Okay, this one is cool, but let's find something more. Uh, mix forest ones. Mix forest ones. Okay. So what am I missing? Git pull. Wait, how much crap was I missing? Okay. Okay. Can I push my commit, please? Okay. Whew, we push our commit. Okay, let's see. Hey, Ethernet cable. To. Oh, in the sense that they wait, was that to do with the? I don't know. Anyway, if that was to do with the password, then yeah, that might explain it. I just discovered that if you format Zig like this instead of foo/bar, it's a compiler error. Indeed, yes. Hey, DuxDev, hello. I'm the guy who worked on fuzzing on Nuremberg. Hello. At Brodo, I remember. Yeah, I mean, uh, it's literally just this change for a function that was clearly not called anywhere because it was not compiling. So um, I felt confident. You know what? I'll be wrong. Maybe we're about to get a compile error, like a build error, and I broke master. And I don't know. Such is life. So in any case, we did this. Okay. Do we want to do also? Where is it? Do we also want to do multiple receives? So here's an interesting one. Doing batching for like TCP makes sense because you also would want to send on a clock. There's no like there's no problem in doing that. Like you can send every like 50 milliseconds, for example. But what about UDP? So in UDP, we could do receive many. And you know what I was thinking is that even if we don't have receive many, we can do receive many timeout. Oh, you fix the cursor positioning. Nice. No problem. Let me, you know what? Let's do it. Editor get primary dot cursor. Set primary selection from cursor. Okay, it wasn't even that bad of a change. That was very minimal. Also, wait a second. Is this snake case function? Snake case for functions, man? Really? It's fine. Doom. Oh, you added that? But it's not in this commit, is it? Oh, I guess I did it in the previous comment. Okay. Set primary selection from cursor. Mm-hmm. Cool. Okay. So we did this. We were looking at the batching stuff, right? Okay, here we have send many. So the question is, do we also want to do receive many? Neurosite, do you have an opinion as a learned man? Oh shit, go to definition doesn't work. Well, definitely it doesn't work. It's on me. At the very least, we need to do this. At the very least, we need to do this. Yeah, there we go. Receive, and then we have receive timeout, and then we have receive many timeout. And I guess for timeout, we can also pass none. So that's why we can use receive many timeout. So receive many final countdown. So okay. So here we can see some stuff. Okay. So receive many ones, a message buffer, so it gives us incoming messages, a data buffer, which I guess is where all the data goes. Flags, receive flags, and then a timeout. Okay, are we incoming message? Whatever receive function points to the color supplied buffer. Supplied by color before calling receive functions, maintained by receive functions. Populated by receive functions. Indicates that the trailing portion of a datagram was discarded because the datagram was larger than the buffer supplied. But okay, now here's the problem though. We'll receive many truncate messages. Receive many timeout. Waits until at least one message is delivered, possibly returning more than one message. Connection less returns the number of messages received. Turn timeout if no message. So we need to see if this guy ends up truncating by mistake or not. Although we can guarantee that that should not be a problem for us, because if we have a maximum packet size set to 1,000 something bytes, then what we can do is yeah, there's a flag. So whenever in where is it? Incoming message. Well, the same is true also for an outgoing message, but incoming message, there's this flag where it says that we received the datagram, but it was truncated because it was too big. So when we receive a message that is too big like that, we just discard it. So in here, oh no, yeah, yeah. So here I'm using. Sorry, I changed this, but because I'm in the middle of rewriting it. But this is just a receive single packet, and then we look at the truncated flag. So if the truncated flag is true, then we toss the packet away because we consider it to be malformed. The problem is that because if it doesn't fit this buffer, then it's malformed. I guess if I receive many, okay, what I need to do is size this to a size where we can fit all these guys all at once for sure. The problem, though, if we do that, is that one gigantic message could potentially eat more space than what it's supposed to take. And then it could cause the truncation of a subsequent packet that was actually fine. This API has problems given our situation. I don't think I'm ready to switch to receive many. Also because it has complicated consequences afterwards. I think I need to talk with Andrew about this. See if he has suggestions. Okay. What is the use case for receive many saving syscalls? I would assume so. Yes. Like if many things are ready to be delivered, you just get all of them at once. But here's where this could be interesting for us. This could be interesting from the perspective of so here's the idea. Right now, when we do fan out to of up to 64 copies of the same message. In reality, it's more likely that there are like multiple voice channels with fewer than 64 people in it. So it's more likely that we have maybe 3 channels where there's like 10 people in each. So we're never gonna. So to get more mileage out of this batching system, we could batch. Basically, we do receive many. We receive ideally, potentially, hopefully, one message, one packet per channel, potentially again. So we receive one packet per channel, and then we fill up this batch here for the fan out more. We're more likely to fill this up. So yeah, at least in theory, at least on paper. Okay. So I'm gonna leave it as is, though. I think it's worth thinking about this stuff. Okay. What do we do next? Um, I guess we can consider the server to be kind of okay at this point, so we can leave it as that, and then now we focus on the client. There's the networking part of the client that I destroyed earlier by commenting 99% of it, and we need to restore that functionality. So I guess that's what I'm gonna do next. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a cup of tea and I'm gonna refill my tea, and then we can work on that. In the meantime, you know what I'll do? Since I heard that it worked the last time, I'm gonna leave this up so that people know that there's a upcoming Zig Day. I'll be right back. Wait, we already heard this one. Why is it so loopy? Oh, that's why it's so loopy, because I have looping on. Okay. So I think I know this song. Am I going insane? No. Hey. Hey Giacomo. Thank you for the raid. Hello everybody. Hello, hello. So for the people who have just joined, here's what we're doing. Yeah, have a good lunch. I'm assuming. So here's what we're doing, everybody. We are working on a chat application. I just completed a first pass in upgrading the server to the new async IO stuff in Zig. But now it's a client. It's time to fix the client as well. So for now, this is what I have for the client, which is just a spinner. Well, it opens a window. I mean, I have implemented more. It's just that this stuff is all that needs to be upgraded. So a bunch of it is commented out right now. And yeah, we're stuck with only this. But we can make progress. So going network. Although, you know what? The problem with network is that we can work on... I do want to work on network. I think the problem is that if we do, we're not going to get build errors because this guy is not wired in whatsoever. So I think we need to start from what we have. Basically, we need to start from what compiles and runs, and we need to expand that a little bit more. So I'm gonna go in client, and let's expand on what we have. So let's expand on what we have. Oh yeah, this error is not correct. How can we convince the LS to do the right thing? I think we can. I guess it can be used a local Binsky one. There we go. Now we're using the right Zig. Okay. Oh man, who's trying to load app.zig again? We don't know which file is doing that. Which is also interesting that this is not complaining. But this one here is? Huh. Weird. Although the difference is that that one is running check. Yeah, there we go. There we go. This looping thing is a problem though, because this extension keeps aggressively looping. Hmm. Okay, out of curiosity, we get to the end, and then what happens? It goes to the next one. Okay, but it remembers the state. Okay, let's see if it proceeds. Um, so client.zig, what do we want to do in here? What do we want to do in here? We definitely want to we could uncomment the state stuff. Also, loading is a public global. Why is this a public global? This could be a like local global. And then we could just pass a pointer to it. We can pass an atomic enum. Thread spawn run. Oh my god. Win.io, win the GPA. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. Thread. Why thread? Why this? Why init? I think it could be a run. It should be just run. An atomic enum. No, actually, it's more complicated than that. It's loading and done. That's you could definitely use more states than that, but do doom. Hmm. Also, where's locking happening? Where are we locking? Oh, I guess to reduce the amount of locking, we're not like locking globally. Oh no, here we were locking GUI frame. We define this. Ah, actually, you know what? Doing this before or after doesn't change anything because this is not really doing anything serious. This is not actually drawing, so it's just preparing state. So we could move this up top. And then we go down. But at this point, the locking might happen no matter what. So what is the point of loading? In a frame, we lock, and then we switch on like core.loading. And if loading, we render a loading frame. And then in this other case, we pass down core state, which is a pointer, I hope. It is, indeed. So no more loading. We don't pass this down. Also, we want to run core. Oh, right. This is the thing. Does the core, do we coroutine it here? Yes, we do. Okay. Really from init? Why not? What is the problem? Now that this is the init is the function that is called by the VUI before we start the main rendering routine. So where do you think it would be more appropriate? Because I actually wouldn't know. Call does all the networking, right? If you call it in init, you can have this state where your window is entirely broken if your net is broken. This will spawn the core logic, which will eventually spawn another thread for networking. What happens if your net is broken? Good point. If net is broken, well, right now none of it is implemented, but what I would assume is that if net is down, then the networking coroutine will either set its own state or somehow notify the main logic, which is in another thread, that the network is down, and we will show that in the UI. So, like a connection error is not fatal for the application. Shouldn't be in any case. Also, because we are going to connect to multiple servers eventually, so having at least one of your connections to fail is to be expected, and it has to be accounted for. So core future, the only thing that I think we need to worry about is so your core setup has to communicate with your main application. So you need to have a channel in your state. No, the UI, the way it's currently written is not that the UI communicates to the core via channels, but rather the UI, or rather, sorry, some of that does happen. You're right, but it mainly works by locking. So we lock the core state because we need a consistent view of it. We render the UI based off of this locked state, and then once we're done, like sorry, not rendering, but like describing the frame, then we unlock. Although there's maybe some nuance in here to be worried about, because now that I think about it, we need to be careful not to reference things by pointer, because whatever we reference by pointer might move until we're done actually rendering the frame. So the old architecture wasn't like this. I think that with the old architecture, we were able to observe when the frame was rendered. So I don't know. This is something that we'll have to think about maybe with this new architecture. But that's the idea. So this can go away. State all over the place. Well, the UI has its own state. The core application, the logic has that state, and then there's a network thread that has network state. So they're like they're independent components. They have to be the UI because the yeah. Anyway, we'll see. So there we go. Core future is gonna call core.run, which is not marked pub. And I guess we're going to be able to call cancel on the core future from the UI whenever it's time to quit. I don't know how to do this with the UI yet, but we'll see. Okay. So this works. Maybe clear data. Let's see what this is doing. Clear CFG cache. There's IO. And then this looks at core.gpa. Oh, this is another thing that's trying to use global variables that we don't have anymore. Or that maybe we do, but we shouldn't have anymore. Yeah, no, you're going away. I think this is a temporary function. Let's see. Clear local configuration. CFG there. Delete 3D2, delete 3D2. Okay, this is like something like temporary. Shadows declaration of GPA. What? Oh, yeah, no. We're done. Okay. Um, okay. So what does init do? Init starts this guy, but it doesn't await it because we don't want to block on that. So the way it works is that we need to have a call to cancel whenever we're like exiting. I think maybe we can look into this now because I saw there was an example of that in the DVUI example application where somewhere we were doing something related. Let's see. Warn on quit closing. Yeah, something like this. Current backend, frame rate, blah, blah, blah. There we go. Warn on quit. If warn on quit closing, return close. Okay. Oh, fuck. Wait. We can't block. It's like a polling system. We have to poll whether we are ready to close or not. And here it's the grabbing of pressing the X button, I guess. If the event window and the action is closed, warn after dialog handle e.handle. Okay, so this is like eating the close application event and turning it into an action. And turning it into an action. It might not be the right thing to do, but we could, as a starting point, do this where we grab this event. Oh, the DVI current window. So here's how you get the current window. You don't have to make a global for it then. So that means that in here we can say in frame, look at the window. Maybe we can make a dedicated function, something like function check result shutdown, maybe something like this. And here we keep this stuff. And then we say, instead of showing a dialog or something like that, we handle the thing and then we do core future dot cancel. Oh, this is a window and this is widget data. Okay, so core future dot cancel. And when this succeeds, when we unblock, we return dot close. No, it's not exactly this, right? I mean, we can make it so. I think we want something more like this. Yeah. Check for graceful shutdown. If so, we cancel the core future. Return true, return false, and then otherwise we render. So we can do this. Okay, so for this to work, we need to do some more coding because I think we're gonna have a bunch of compile errors right now, but it shouldn't be too bad. And this is something that we can test. We can test the graceful shutdown, and it shouldn't be too bad. So core.run started network init blah blah blah. We can also do this. Defer log dot debug. Goodbye. Okay, SDMM allocator. This is D2 stuff, which we can put after importing D2. Oops. User identifier allocator. Let's in client. Okay, now we're missing a bunch of GPA identifiers. Holy shit. Okay. We're getting there. We will get there. Okay, this looks good so far. Let's see. GPA. Well, this guy needs GPA, then we need to pass in GPA. What can you do? You want GPA? You use GPA. You need to be given in GPA. I mean, I guess it could be a global. There is no reason for it not to be a global, but that means that core decides the allocator. Core decides the allocator instead of being given it, or core could make it a local global in a sense that it is a global, but it's not publicly accessible. Hmm. Hmm. Are we proceeding here? I don't think we're proceeding. Okay. There are going to be so much to think about when 0.16 releases. Yeah, and update the plugin system for my chat bridge bot using all the new iOS stuff. Oh yeah, I have this application that is a little bit old. This was stuck on 0.14 and I had not touched it in like almost a year. And man, everything is different. In my case, I was also using a libxcv, which was async based on callbacks. And yeah, this whole thing is completely different now. Network.init.io. Well, you know what? Let's comment this out for the moment. Let's not pull in network. Oh god. Okay, if we're not using IO, it's fine. Although I think we will be using IO. So let's see how it works. We start a network. We connect hosts. We init the audio stuff. And then after the audio has been initted, we start receiving commands. Some might be coming from the network. Some might be coming from the UI. So let's see. There's a channel that we keep grabbing from. This is going to be different. This is now going to be a queue. And then there's also caller speaking. So the messages are quit, message, and then caller speaking. Right. Oh, and here we had a thing where we were asking to refresh. Every time we did process one of these guys, we would tell the UI to refresh. Which makes sense. And I don't know how we do this anymore at this point. I guess it's a function that we could ask for. I think this has not changed. I think we still need to have a way of telling the UI that that we want to ask for a refresh. Okay. Persistence load state. Mm-hmm. Although what I'm missing, it's persistence that would then access the atomic flip thing there. Is this blocking? Load impl. And this one would flip client loading update. Okay, I think we need to, I want to rework these data dependencies a little bit more. Okay. Oh, what's happening here? We're not even going forward. Yeah, it's this stupid extension that I don't have a way of disabling because if I disable it and I change tab, it will re-enable itself. And then it keeps forgetting also these settings. automatically loop videos according to previous state. There we go. Okay, so the extension was not dump. It was just my setting. So we can just take it off. Okay. So, um, yeah, let's fix this thing. So the way it works is that we have we have part of our state that says whether we have loaded or not. So state needs to have audio, active call, screen share, intent. Okay, so before everything we have like loaded, which is just a boolean and starts at false. Literally just that. Then we have client. Try to observe that. So in client we do first we check for graceful shutdown. Then we log state and we say if core state not loaded, then we return loading frame. Otherwise, we return dot close, I guess, for now. Okay. So for now, we leave it at that. Did you do the last update on Mac? No, I did not. I'm actually not in a rush. I heard that it's not particularly good, so um, I'll do it, I guess, at some point. But okay, check closing. Blah 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 blah. Return loading frame. Close. Loading frame doesn't want arguments, does it? Doesn't seem so. Okay. So this should be fine. Then we need to go in core. Thread join. Yeah, this is not a thing anymore. The init put dot quit. The init puts quit in the channel instead of canceling. I don't think we need this system anymore. Because now we're fine with run. I think we also need like a fatal error thing. Like a fatal error state thing. Okay. ch buff. IOQ. Yeah. Okay. Just network commands? Oh, wait, because these were processed as commands, but what about stuff from the UI? So what was the, like, how was the UI interacting? Oh, like here, chat message new. Lock state. Unlock. Who's calling chat message new? Oh, that is still coming from the network. Yeah, right. So where are actions coming from the UI though? Oh, they're part of state. I think the UI manipulates state directly. Like message send. Oh, right. These are all functions that assume you have a pointer to state. Right, which means that you need to hold the lock. And so that we're immediately doing the things. Right, that makes total sense. That makes total sense. In your side, did I miss any flow issues? No, you did not. Okay. Okay, this all makes sense. These all make sense. Loading. State loading get. This was a this is an old function, I think. So did we do it right here? Yeah, loaded. Okay, let's add some comments to this. Toggle set to true once data has been loaded from disk. Know very little about Zig, but I saw a post about async and await getting removed. Is that true? And what does it mean for async work? What use? I don't know what it is that you saw, but async and await were removed as keywords from the language, but because they now exist in the form of functions. So you actually heard fake news because we are in the process of adding a new implementation of async await, one that is actually supposed to be particularly good. So we're going in the exact opposite direction than what I think the post that you read was suggesting. YouTube clickbait. Man, if it's one of those YouTube videos with AI generated voice, be careful. If you saw like something that was reading you patch notes, then yes, in the patch notes there is of the last release, we definitely did remove the keywords, but it's just removing the keywords to make space for the new way of doing it. It's basically removing them as keywords allows us to have them as function names, right? Now we have io.async. And previously you wouldn't be able to do this because async was a keyword. So you would have to either use this syntax, which we use to escape symbols that collide with keywords, or you would have to call it something else. I don't know, like underscore async. Not a particularly good idea, but like this would work. Now we don't have to because async is not a keyword anymore. So that's the full extent of what's being removed. In the meantime, there's just a bunch of things that have been added. If you search for Zig Async, you will find like plenty of information. I have a couple blog posts on the subject that you can find on christoph.it. Yeah, you can find plenty of information. Okay, so here we are doing the persistent loading stuff. Persistence load, we do this. This needs to tell us if things went to shit. So we need to be able to catch errors. And on a catch error, we need to set state about, we need to set our state to like catastrophic failure and then return. We could have the function load do that. Oh, to set that to default. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Understood. So who does the catastrophe stuff? So here we need to do something. I think that the thing that reports the error should also set the error state at this point in hello. Can you say okay? I think that the thing that causes the error right away should do the work. So here, so this should just be a catch return. And because especially this guy has access to state, so this guy can do it itself. Load impl catch So no, this now can error. Oh man, so many bad ideas that I had, huh? And then loading update done. Oh, this was setting the flag loading to done, but yeah, we do it ourselves. So okay. So this is now load. And in here, although we could centralize errors. Huh. No, I think we need a dedicated fatal function for this. I think we need something like function fatal core, which is actually it's not no return. Does it return an error? Does it now we need to propagate errors because we need to also propagate control flow. So that means that we do want to use try. Okay, I'll take it back. We go back to this. This cannot fail only with out of memory. There's just no way. DVUI toast. Why is there a DVUI toast in here? What have I done? So, okay, no DVUI in the persistence layer. Rule number 1. The heck is going on here with DVUI? Update devices. Oh, wait. Okay. Same persistence. So, I think we want catch. And we want state dot fail. And we want to set it to something, which can be a string. Something like this for now. Okay, state loaded true. So here on failure, we expect to have set that field. We immediately return. If instead, they succeeded, this has set the state as it should. We create commands to connect to the host, release the lock, UI can update, and then we proceed doing the rest of the stuff. Okay. We can also do this. Actually, not return. We can start sleeping, I guess, at this point. So while true, try. No, we can't try. io.sleep. And catch return. Okay. So with this, we have fixed some of this function. The rest we don't know yet. Some of this is fine, and in theory, loading should be okay. Now we need to fix more stuff. Network. Why is network even a thing? STD net address. Oh, that's why. Oh, right. This guy wants GPA. Probably needs IO as well. Since it's doing IO, maybe it doesn't need it now, but it will eventually. GPA is unused? You're fucking lying. Oh, because there's corded GPA. No, there's no dot. I guess I can do this. V. Oh no, how do I know when I'm done? I'm looping. Oh, and I haven't even selected all of them. Wait, what? Oh god. Core global. Client global contains global data used by the client. This data should only be accessed by the main thread. I need to look back into this again. Also, how do we end up in audio test? Is Dig News ever coming back? In a new way, it will be coming back. I need to. I want to turn it into something more akin to lobsters, something along those lines. And guess what? It's probably gonna be something that I code in Zig using async await. So that's currently the plan. Do. So this means that in client, when we do where we do check closing, before we do this is like check if the window, if the user clicked on the Windows close button. But before that, we check the state for this. Oh, wait a second though. To check the state, we need to grab a lock to it. So it's a different thing. I guess it's like check failure. If blah 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 return not close. I guess. I mean, we would want this to be a dialogue, but we can turn that into something better. And also, it's called fail, but yeah, we should rename it to failure. Okay, more errors everywhere. What's the next one on our list? Expected bool, right? Okay, next problem. Network commander or union is ignored. Right, this is in run because sending these commands is blocking operation, and we might end up being unblocked, so we do catch return. That's the next problem. Manufacturing expected arguments found one in queue, put one. Oh, don't tell me. It's actually the implementation of this. Yeah. I don't know why I'm not just calling put one. Also, why am I calling put one in a loop? Oh, because I could put them all at once, but then I would need to allocate. Eh. No, I think that the problem is that, okay, this communication interface could be redesigned. That's the thing. These could be redesigned, maybe, but it's fine. Okay, so what is the problem here? That this one's IO. So how does IO work? Basically, I guess we can have a local global. Hmm. No. Really? You don't find it? Oh, it might be that we don't call it anywhere. In any case. Uh, no, wait, two arguments. Oh, yeah, right. Real. Now we need to update our usage of folders. No, it's not in persistence. This stuff is in it is in persistence, line 27. Oh, there we go. Get path. Any more calls to get path or get path? Yeah. Okay, next problem. Except I consider found a locator in read file unlock in their line 57. Directory.read file unlock. Oh, this is the problem. The directory probably comes from wait, what the fuck? It comes from this guy. Oh, it's just that these guys have been moved around. I think it's something like this. I don't remember. Limit is, yeah, limited and then number. $126. Okay. Vista online for Helix Vim users. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion about it. I think somebody was asking for it somewhere. I think yesterday in chat somebody mentioned that. I think it's a reasonable option to have, but I don't think it's strictly mandatory. A keybind for save. I think it's not too bad. Also, I'm not used to it yet, but I also like that the fact that you have W already selected if it was the last command. So I can do, instead of colon W enter, I can do colon enter, which is not bad. I'm used to this motion. Here's a thing that I think would be more interesting, in my opinion. There are two things, Neurosite. So here's one. This is maybe something that you have already implemented and it's just not bound. I don't know. But previously I was doing this. I was selecting, okay, I need to find something that there's multiple instances of. So I was selecting something and going around. And I wanted to change it and, change it to foo, for example. Again, I know that this could be, what I'm doing right now could be done in a better way. But in general, the idea of there's a bunch of matches everywhere in the code, and I want to change them interactively as I see them. So I want to move to it, like select it, think about it a second to see if this is an instance that I want to modify or not. And then I want to repropose the same change that I made to the other one. So in Helix, you can press dot, and dot reapplies the last change that you made. So like it's either change, replace, or append, and whatever you do in there, it's recorded, and then you can replay it basically on every single instance. That one is cool. Here's another one. So it's completely different topic, But previously, I needed to change a bunch of things in a bunch of related files. So I was updating everything under, I think it was under view, maybe. Wait, what am I? Under view? Yeah. So there's a thing that I can do in Helix where I open this dialog, I enter the first file, and then I can press space quote to open the last picker. And this should reopen, this would reopen this menu, but with view already typed out, and it would even remember where my cursor was. And so that way I was able to say, okay, I know that I need to update all the files under this thing. And so I can change one, then do space quote to reopen that dialog and basically resume from where I left off. That one is pretty cool because you know, it keeps track of your process, of your progress, so that you can do one file after the other. Yeah, that is very, very comfy. I can actually show it to you. I mean, you probably believe me, but so here it works. I do views. You see how it is right now? So this is how it's right now. And then I can do space quote, and I can make some progress. So I enter AV, space quote. I go back to that. Space quote else, space quote host bar, space quote. Like you can very quickly do this stuff. The repeat last command is more tricky. Yeah, ED is a big feature in Helix. I'm actually surprised that Vim does not have that. I'm assuming that you don't have it because Vim doesn't have that, but it's nice. Here's another reason why it is nice. In a way, oh, it does. Okay, here's why it is nice in a way that is, in my opinion, better than just editing everything at once. First of all, I personally really like really enjoy the idea. Oh wait, did I fuck up a file and then forgot to undo stuff in it? Wait a second. Okay, I think this was the last reasonable change that I made. Here's another reason why I like it. So yes, I can spend some time thinking whether I do want to make the change or not in a given place. But also, this system using dot is what allows me also to repropose the same change on multiple files. So I can do this stuff in one file, and then I can do the space quote, switch to another file, and then repeat the process because I still have the same search register and I still have the same, let's call it edit register loaded in dot. Well, okay, you get what I mean to say. And the idea is that then, yeah, then basically you can replicate this across different files. That's the idea. Why is this GPA wrong? Oh, there we go. That's the thing that we needed to take a look at. Have fun. Oh no, IO fix buffer stream. I will mostly use the paste history for repeated changes across files. That is, I think, a good point. No, that does not work. Okay, let me tell you where this gets more clever than this. because I've done it. I don't know. Let's take a look at server. So here's what you want to do. Maybe I select IPv4.parse, and then the action is change to parse alloc, comma GPA, space GPA, comma space, and then next, and then you reapply the change. Well, fuck. Okay, this example that I gave you, never mind. This one could totally be done with a copy paste. But okay, it could be something like append, and then you do wait, you do append. I cannot do like a word movement, unfortunately, in here. Well, in any case, my point is that sometimes you end up making some changes that are not necessarily copy pastable. There's like slightly more complicated than that. I think that you can put a macro in your dot. Oh, you still work on a macro system. I see. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I've on occasion done stuff that is more complicated than just something that you can copy paste. That's my point. It has limited applicability. I guess you do get to a point where you need to opt into macros. But yeah. Yeah, but my suggestion, if you want to look at this stuff and like you want to see what other editors do take a look at what Helix does, because it tends to be, in my opinion, less insane than Vim when it comes to some of these things. Like I believe that Vim, I think that when you're building a macro in Vim, you don't even see any feedback. While in Helix, macro is like you start recording the macro, you do the movements, and then you save the macro. And like as you were doing the macro, you could see what was going on. I don't know how to use them. Like I think there's more stuff. There's more to it that I never really use much. I think like there's like some ways of recovering in case you make errors, something like that. I don't remember. But in any case, yeah, I think that Vim is more like old in that sense. Like I don't think that the Vim would have anything to lose if it just showed you what the macro was doing as you were typing it out. Anyway. Does Helix have any kind of clipboard history? Uh, is that the thing where you like cut A, then cut B? Yeah, it does have that. I don't use it, but I think it does. I never used it though. Could be useful though. That's true. Okay, what are we doing here? We're loading from disk and we're parsing it as a host sync. Oh, we're serializing the thing. Okay, this is my rudimentary um, system. That's fine. So that's that is a fixed buffer reader. FBR io.reader.fixed, right? Yeah. FBR, fixed buffer reader. They're mutated. Wait a second. So this is not the reader. Was there a reader? No, this is a reader. Is it not? It is a reader. Oh, that's actually cool. Why doesn't where does the state go? Wait, I'm actually spooked now. Oh, it's the reader interface that had this information. Because the reader can do positional, so it's the wait. Then it should be var. What are you smoking? Oh, I guess it should be like this. And this guy needs to accept this like this. Is that IO the reader? Got IO reader. Yeah. Oh wait, we built? Okay, holy shit, we're building. So that means that we should be able to launch the client, and we should be able to see both. Well, we'll see either the graceful shutdown procedure happening. I hope, and maybe the loading error. Okay, let's see. Ugh. We pooped ourselves. Could not load cache. Could not load cache for host. Blah blah blah. File not found. And then memory address leaked. Wait, we are not blocking on something that we should be blocking on. Something is not blocking as it should. Memory leak on exit. Yeah. Will I be renamed in 015 to avoid confusion? To lowercase io? No. Lowercase io is the old name. New name is uppercase io because in Zig, lowercase io means namespace, right? It's a struct that doesn't have any field. It's a struct that only contains declarations like variables, functions, maybe, but it has no fields. So if you want, you can attempt to make an instance of it, but it doesn't have any meaning because it's a struct that doesn't have any state. While uppercase name, Pascal case name means that it does have state. And now IO is not just a namespace where we stuff where we put stuff related to IO, but now it's an interface, and you can make instances of it, and you pass those instances around. So the uppercase IO name is the new name, and it's here to stay. And I think it's already gone in 0.15.2. I mean, lowercase IO. It has already been moved to uppercase IO. Okay, so our client is pooping itself, and we don't know why. So let's take a look again. Client is doing this stuff. Let's do this log.debug. It's still there. It should not. I don't think it should be there. Also because we cannot have both uppercase IO and lowercase IO. I think it might be an artifact in your installation or something like that. Because if okay, let me double check then on here, but lib std. No, there's only uppercase IO. There's no lowercase IO. I think it's an artifact of your setup. Having both uppercase IO and lowercase IO, it means that you wouldn't even be able to check out correctly. You wouldn't be able to check out correctly this system. This repository on a system that has case insensitive, a case insensitive file system. Okay, so let's see. Log debug. Oh, the fact that there's a IO alias in SCD. Okay, that might be possible. Yes. Uppercase IO. No lowercase IO in here. Either you have a version of 0.15 that doesn't have these changes. I think these actually changed between 0.15.0, 0.15.1, and 0.15.2. So you might have an intermediate thing that has this. But newer Zig is gone. Also, sorry, I don't have 0.15. Never mind. So I don't know what's the state for 0.15. I'm looking at my 0.16 dev. Never mind what I just said. You might very well have it. Before I ramble too much on Ziggin about it, was there any discussion on why the IO vtable functions return result instead of future result? Would allow more implementations without any much overhead, I think. So what you're saying is to have future be generic. So basically have future. Well, how do you do this? Because I'm not sure I follow. So you can. So your point is that future would still be part of the IO interface, so it wouldn't change based on implementation. But you're saying that, in your opinion, it would be better if the full future went through the vtable. I don't know. I think I would need I would need a more concrete example to understand what you're saying. And also, I don't know. Unfortunately, I never used IO ORing directly, so I don't know exactly how batching works with it and why our interface should be problematic in that sense. I will tell you one thing though. Batching is an important use case. So in general, you should expect batching to work. There's obviously the problem that every subsystem has its own quirks. So IO ORing has its own quirks. KQ has its own quirks. So you cannot make an interface that fits like a glove any implementation. But it is also true that of all these implementations, IO ORing is probably the most important one. Maybe only second to IO.threaded in a sense. Or in any case, they're in competition, so they're both up there. But batching is important. So if the current implementation has trouble with batching, it's definitely something that we would want to at least be aware of and address. Unfortunately, personally, I don't have the knowledge of this stuff necessary to have a strong opinion. Okay, understood. Also, I would say this. Feel free to start discussing on Ziggit, but be aware that on Ziggit, it's not a bad idea necessarily. Just manage your expectations, because on Ziggit, you will find there is a bunch of onlookers who are not really participating much in the development of this stuff. and they will have opinions that are not going to be necessarily immediately useful to your discussion. That said, maybe Andrew will take a look at it. Ultimately, the serious discussion about the design of async happens on Zulip. So if you want to really be in the thick of it, you need to be in the ZSF Zulip. Zulip, yeah. Yeah, are we shutting down from the client for some reason? No, we're not shutting down from the UI. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We were actually discussing different implementations of IO.threaded there recently. So if you go on Zulip, there's a section called STD, I think, standard library. And in standard library, there's a thread about async IO, and there's a lot of discussion in there. So, yeah. Sig abort. Okay, so this is fine. Let's see. Client, let's see. Cleaning, done clearing. Core started. Info persistence could not load the cache for host. File not found. That is perfectly fine. Does that somehow turn into an exit? Wait, what? Could not load the cache for something something. Print. Continue. Okay, so once we're done with these guys, we return. We can also do this. Also, do we have a dedicated logger? Yes, we do. So we can do log dot debug begin loading state from disk. Okay, let's see what happens now. Begin loading state from disk, load blah blah blah. Done loading state from disk. Okay. So we can go back to core. We try to push commands to network. Oh, there we go. Receiving command from core, host connect, AC, handle is segmentation fault. Okay. So that's where we poop ourselves. We poop ourselves trying to send a command that is dirty. Why is this stuff dirty? I don't know. But we can comment this out temporarily. Also, why do we keep rebuilding the server? Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, do we have a working thing now? No, we don't. Downloading say from disk. I think the problem that these values are corrupted permeates into the UI. I think at this point. I think we do reach sleeping. Yeah, we reach sleeping, but then we crash. And I think we can even run this in a LDB and it will tell us the invalid access, maybe. No, we don't. I think it's because we are using the DVUI panic. I think the DVUI panic is doing weird stuff to us. I think we encounter a panic that calls application quit. Okay, well, I guess the next question is why are these guys corrupted? I think it's load that is not doing a good job then. Cannot open the system's cache there. Missing username field for host file. Abandoning. I guess this is just an unhandled case where we have a server that exists but we cannot load the cache. But it is weird that a server should have a like a reasonable set of defaults. Oh no. Hmm. Connection is undefined. Okay, here's what we can do. We can nuke our directories, our cache directory, and see what happens at that point. Is there no D2? Oh no. We should print, I think, which directory we think. No, config path. Okay, we do print that. Cache path. Okay, so we know these things. Also, you know what? Oh shit, we don't even control the init of GPA. God damn it. Okay, this is one. What's the other one? Cache is D2. We still crash. Oh no, I'm a moron. I think this is on me. This is the problem. Client, we actually close. If okay, so what happens is that we get here and we're already loaded. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We're just too fast. Sleeping, shutting down core from UI. Core says goodbye, and then we're out, and we just have some leaked memory, which we shouldn't have, but it's fine for now. Okay, okay, that was me. That was entirely me. Uh, well, this is very good. Okay, this is nice. So we got graceful shutdown. Next, we need to take the main UI. Well, we need to basically to re-enable some more logic of the original program. So bit by bit, we need to recover everything that we now commented out. I think we're getting to the point where we can start thinking of fixing network. Actually, we can start by uncommenting the call to network. Although I lost all my local thingies, so no, we need to fix the UI. Okay, next is fixing the UI. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to what? I'm going to have lunch and be AFK for let's say about 40 minutes because I need also to prepare lunch. And then I'll be back and we can continue. So stay tuned, I guess. So lunch break. We got graceful shutdown. Next, unlocking more UI next. I'm curious what happens if I don't fit the line. Oh yeah, it doesn't do line wrapping. Well, that's on me. Okay, so thank you all. And oh wait, no. Um, okay, I'll be right back. Stay strong in the meantime. I'm back. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, I was actually faster in my countdown. Wow. Um, Amazing. Okay. Okay, what are we doing next? So we have Crystal Shutdown. We were saying we want to go to client. Oh man, my monitor has so much ghosting. It's goner. Holy shit. Uh, mm, so we want to take a look at main, and instead of returning okay, we return GUI frame. Okay, that pulls in GUI frame, and now we need more to do more stuff. State active screen. Oh, wait a second. Loading main user settings, server settings. What was that atomic variable doing there? Anyway, it's main, so use loading draw. Loading. Okay. So main. Planning to do, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I guess we need to start seeing what it is that doesn't work now. Core state. There we go. Oh, I'll have to do this so many times now. Okay, they're vertical. No try. No try. What does this guy want? Source location, string, init options, and then options. So like this, I guess. Oh, not this one. Oh, I see. This is missing GPA. But we don't have GPA. Where can I get GPA from? We don't need to do this anymore. So we are the main function. Oh, there's a global start. But we can do global.arena instead of GPA. Dot. No more try. I mean, widget for making thin lines. Widget means size content to control size. Only value between the beginner window and uh I don't know. We do underscore equals. Core GPA. Remove reference in pull string. Now this is confusing. Hmm. So the problem is that we don't have GPA in here, do we not? We'll have allocator. Oh, add reference does one GPA. It's only remove. Okay, sounds good. Just allocation option. Size all 10. Oh, how do you change the size then? Well, we can do it like this. Okay. Try new host floating window. Nothing name in color. Oh, because now it's right. One of the fancy shit. Oh, come on. Oh, so there's no concept of this stuff? Oh shit. Yeah, I don't know what we're supposed to put in there. Magenta. I don't know. Actually, maybe we don't even have to define that property anymore. We don't define the color. Hmm. What programming language? It's called Zig. Oh, this is interesting though. Hmm. Uh yeah, we need GPA. To be honest. Well, okay, let's just pass it around, whatever. Hey Cash Wasabi. What are you using the UI for? A chat application. Hmm. GPA. Although I kind of wish I had a global allocator that I could use in the GUI. I really don't see what the downside would be to do it here. We just don't grab it from core. We grab it from client. Main is main.zig. Oh. Oh, what was it? It wasn't empty. Oh, it was empty. Client view is empty, so it's double up. Hub bar GPA. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Um, yeah, about that. This sucks. Well, we can do this, I guess. No, no, this is disgusting. Oh no. Well, our dreams of a global allocator are dead. The downsides are way too many. Never mind. We go back to passing it around. Although, you know what? Never mind, because we need to set this in our state. Or in some state. Yeah, fuck. Core run. We pass it here, but we don't know if it's been set or not, although it will be set in here. How do we do this? Oh, you know what? Actually, in the VUI we can grab the current window. It's this. The VUI the current window. And we can grab the GPA from this guy. This guy has a GPA in here. Gimme, gimme, gimme. And he also has an IO, so we do it this way. We do the VUI current window when we need IO or GPA. That seems fine to me. Okay, so if we go back to empty, that means that okay, if we go in empty, then here we need a GPA, but here we can do this. There you go. network command. Okay, let's think about this. Where are we? Here we're back into core, and we are trying to add a host. Oh, but this is bad. This is bad because this is a command that goes from the UI. Wait, we were called directly from the UI, right? Yeah, we call upstate host add. Oh, like, oh, holy shit, we call this function literally. Eh, we block here. That is not good that we block here. Hmm. Well, let's return, I guess. Oh, what do we return? Yeah. Oh, wait, we can just try. Hmm. Expected type found, blah, blah, blah. GUI frame. If core state host's confirmed count is 0, try views empty row. Return. Oh, but this can return void. And in here we do return. Okay. Source location unit options, options. That's in options. Source shrink. And okay, source and shrink, and then options, the usual stuff. Like this? No. Or just source. Image file, bytes, name interpolation, linear evaluation. I'm not sure. Okay, let's comment this out. This is broken anyway. Oh no, there's some GPU duplication in here, so never mind. Yeah, so this one can fail. Oh man, I see so many problems. Mirror friends, argument found 2 in process event. Oh, wait, what's the problem? This is going a. We're passing in a boolean as well. Oh, in is text entry. Oh, I see. The signature has changed. Origin. Hmm. There we go. Hmm. This time some stuff, huh? What's origin? Trying to create origin. Origin is, I think it's like a unique identifier of when this thing originated from. So I guess we need a now function like we had in the server, where we make all these things relative to the start time of the server, in this case, the start time of the client. Huh. Hmm. We could put 0 and then leave these uncommented out for now. Oh, okay. So this one is still an enum. Interesting. Chat list returns an error. Can it return an error? The more you feel like a Viking. Divide rectangle from point. Expected type widgets floating point menu widget. Oh no, floating menu. I don't remember how this stuff works. Feet. Floating menu. Source location options and oh, I think it's now a field in this guy. From. Expected type rect type dot natural found rect type dot what? Found rect type dot what? Found rect type dot what? God damn it. But I guess we know what this returns. This returns a self. Oh, it's a rect of type none. Uh, Cast 2 point p point type. To size. Size type. Oh no. I don't know how to use these rectangles. Oh no. So it's not DVI rect then. It's gonna be something else, right? It's gonna be DVI. Why is this in my find? Oh, what you select shows up in find automatically. I see. Uh, okay. Hello, Pudot. Rect. So I guess okay. I have to do rect dot natural. I think we're getting there. Bunch of tries, which are not needed. Try state call join. Oh, this one will fail. This one also needs to do this. Mm, so this is so this function does have to fail to be fallible. Do. Man, so many UI elements. Okay, magenta blue, I don't know. Resource file UI has no member menu get. No. Item draw background. Error union is ignored. Error union is ignored? I guess we didn't save that thing. DUI.context. Context menu. Press the screen space, pixel right, init options, and then activate point. This is whether to show a menu. It needs a rectangle. I don't know how that works. Oh, but we did have active point. So wait, what? So make it from the outside? Press the screen space rectangle in init options, and then active point says whether to show a menu. I don't know. Speaking, right. Join voice. Oh, that one is also full of tries. Client window refresh can. Okay. There we go. Getting near the end. What is this Gangnam style? Oh my god. Yep. Yep. Those things help a lot. Like without source, a lot of things would be a complete nightmare. Oh, we're on a new file now. Oh man, now we get to do everything again from scratch. Also, what is this send bar message list? Oh no. Is that still Helix? No, it's Flow. It's Flow, but that has a Helix input mode. It has a normal non-modal mode. If you're somebody who is used to VS Code, for example, it has a Vim mode and also a Helix mode, also Emacs mode. So, Oppa Gangnam Style. Okay. People on YouTube are probably thinking that I'm insane, going insane. That's fine. I might. Oh no, this is core GPA. Oh no, this whole file is full of logic that needs to be updated. Okay, so this one has a GPA, so this one needs to be tried. Why is this maybe? Because it could arrow route, but how could it? What? Why is it maybe? Why is it maybe? There's no branching logic. You can only arrow route, and not because of what? Why am I calling it maybe MFR? Oh, okay, because this is open. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay. Oh, expected 4 arguments. Self pixels with height interpolation. Uh, nearest linear. Nearest? I don't know. In the texture, expected 3 arguments, found 4. Texture. Rectangle scale. Options. Oh, so you do try this, huh? Oh, you try this as well. Okay. Yeah. Never mind. I need to pull up the desk. Sorry. Guess we can do this. Uh, oh no. What's going on? We not. Okay, we can do this. Okay. Oh, that is way too much. Okay, we should be fine. Okay. So, direction vertical. What's the problem next? Oh, the try. No try. No try. No try. Argument. No try. No try. No try. No try. So this is not a fallible function. Okay, let's look at the settings page. I don't know. Maybe this can fail. I have no idea. User AV. No try. No try, no try, no try. dd.install. Is that a thing? Oh no, the drop down widget stuff. Oof. Okay. Yeah, these guys are regressed now. Expected program is found 3. Yes. Oh man, there is so much that we need to do. Uh, DVUI slider. Yeah. Expected 3 arguments found 4. Really? Source input init options. Guess in volume goes into the init options. Fraction. Color bar. In volume. Yeah, it's fraction. Okay. Switch state. Field pages tag name page row. AV. Which we did fix. It doesn't seem to need try anymore. Let's take this out. One more try. Although, you know what? Put it back. This is fine. Hmm. How is this bugged this way? What the heck? There's a Zig that is doing this. Where's that Zig hidden? Oh, it's a build. There we go. There we go. Oof. Right. This needs to be Zig one. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit borked compared to what it was originally. But yeah, join existing. It does indeed. It does indeed. Um, there's an X that is colliding with the text next to it. Okay. Okay. Oof. Join. Wait, really? Segmentation fault. Okay. We made some progress, but it's still a little bit borked. And we also commented out a lot of stuff from the original. So we are getting back in business. We are indeed. I'm curious to see though what's causing the crash now. So I need to remember how everything works. So we go from client. We know that it's a GUI frame. And our GUI frame should be, our state is going to be main, I think. So we're going to main. And we say active host 0. Then active host becomes upstate host items case 0. No, then we're not in main. We're not in, is it loading? Wait, what is this guy gonna be? This defaults to main. Well, at least here. Active screen. What does loading have? Just loading dot dot dot. Okay, loading doesn't have shit. So main. Chat home voice. Host bar channel list. But we're definitely not here. No, we cannot be main because there is nothing in here. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, there we go. Empty dot row. Okay, so it's empty. There we go. Of course, I kinda knew that already. So empty. Welcome. Blah blah blah. Join existing. Create server. Show add host. If show add host, new host floating window. Yes. What do we do? We have uncommented stuff in here? No, we don't. But let's see, address input, text entry widget, role, defaults. But where's the data though? Text. Who is it that owns the text? So here we're not specifying anything. Well, okay, what do we specify in init options? Buffer, text option. Right, it's buffer dynamic, array list, internal. And by default, it's internal. So this works. Just get text. So we should be able to. So this is a UID init. So this is fine. Huh. And get text. So how common that this guy is giving us undefined bytes? Because that's what happened here. Segmentation fault at address undefined. And this comes from us trying to trim this text. Why does this give us undefined? It gives us self.text. But after init, oh my god. I don't see how this can give us undefined. I don't see what's causing this. It's also like straight up undefined. Like, what the heck? I don't know. I do not know. Maybe I'll have to ask David. I probably am messing something up. Okay, so here's what I would say. I think I'm going to stop here because I did everything that I wanted to do. This problem is puzzling, and it's probably the result of me not understanding the new API. So I'm going to need some time. Maybe I'll ask for some help, but it's not something that I'm going to figure it out like on stream. I mean, I could if I wanted to, but it's fine. I'll spare you guys this one at least. So we're going to stop here, but we're in the process of, we're almost, well, no, almost done might be a bit too optimistic, but we are well on our way to upgrade the client implementation. Right now, the biggest thing that needs to change, that needs to be fixed is, well, setting aside the things that I regressed here in the UI, but the biggest thing that needs to change right now is the network layer. I need to fix these tiny UI problems because I need to be able to drive this stuff in order to test the network. Or, well, Maybe not necessarily, but it's one reasonable way of doing it. And then I need to re-implement everything that was happening in there. And then we're going to be in a pretty good position, I think. We will have recovered pretty much everything that was there, and then we can make improvements. So yeah, that was nice. So thank you for hanging out. I hope you had some fun. For how much fun you can have watching somebody upgrade some old code, but yeah, it means that after this work is done, we're gonna be able to start working on new features, polishing what was already there. I would say more than adding new features, I would say this is going to be a good time to start polishing the things that were not fully well polished. Yeah, sorry, Calder. I'm doing a shorter stream today. I also found a reasonable place where to stop right now, and I have to do stuff. I need to prepare for tomorrow's Zig Day. So I hope everybody had a good time, and yeah, we also snuck in a commit to the 600 library, which I think is not bad. So thank you all, and see you next time. Bye bye.